Sorry, I was just making sure I got some drinks. I actually woke up not too long ago. Hey there, Pistachio and Osmer. Hope you're doing well. I'm actually really surprised you got here before X-Men did. Oh, supposedly we're on the last case. Because there's only 5 episodes that we know of. Hi, Gaster. And I'm sure we're gonna start with a cutscene.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles."
Here's your snack and hydrate, X-Man and Osmer. I am not gonna spoil for those who want to see it in the moment. The VOD is there if you wanna find out for yourself exactly what happened. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country. However, I will say if chat does not mind being spoiled, I can tell you whether or not, or who the culprit was in the last case. And in Sosuke-san's terrible ordeal that had closely followed behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. Wait, what? Which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur and unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shouted one day by that fateful telegram. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after you'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san? Yes. Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Shom's suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see. What case is it today? Here we go again. So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean... A telegram? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but you're not gonna get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. No! I am not. It was just a boring old telegram. Just like the app. That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. I suppose Haseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. I left immediately after that terrible ordeal, which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away. A fortnight ago we had that very long telegram from him, do you remember? Complaining of seasickness? But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Zephyr, stop it! Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? I was just wondering, what might have become of Soseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all. You mean, as regards Lord Von Zeeks, the Reaper? Yes, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that Nightmare's trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Soseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps? Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past few months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently Lord Von Zeeks hasn't appeared in court months since our last encounter. Yes, since Suzuki's son's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So, it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials, then. Just my luck. I wonder, if luck doesn't come into it... Sorry, what was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Morning, Runa. Morning, Susie. Good morning, Iris. Listen to that lovely music. Best music I've ever heard. 11 out of 10. Iris? What is it, Runa? What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. Oh yes. You noticed that, did you? Stop it. Stop as ever. Kelly isn't in the best form this morning, it seems. Hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? Good morning. A good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before... My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Okay, Mr. Emo. Damn this blanched existence. That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me. If it's not too much trouble.
Meow. Kitty! Kitty, 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 kitty.
Oh look, it's Wakahai. Good morning, boy. Leave the Black Parade. That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get there? Kitty! Well then everyone, time for breakfast. Also, hi Foxy, how are you doing? Also... Everyone falls victim to the cute charm of cat. Oh wonderful, let me help you, Iris. Ugh. It would indeed be a fine day to die. I knew something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Shum's desk. A prime sub. You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happening? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its mellifluent tones would make flowers bloom. It would. But now, the muses are unamused with me. Goddesses of music have thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours I have bowed, for days even. Through the night I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. That brilliant, pure, unwavering tone, gone forever. No more recitals of unbridled emotion. Oh, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley? Don't worry. I'm sure it will come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the art are fickle. One day they bestow a genius on a man, the next, they unmercifully withdraw it. That's actually true. That's so true. As an artist, that's actually true. Sometimes you have motivation and can make the best piece of art ever, other times... Why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left for pity's sake? What is left? Deduction perhaps? Is not what you're known for? Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but... Your desk looks rather empty today. Ah, well done, Miss Yusato. Your observational skills do you credit. Oh no, Mr. Sholmes, they pale into insignificance when compared to yours. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? You mean Hurley's great analytoscope? That's at Windy Banks now. Sorry? Is that a Windy Bank? I'm not a bean. Shut the fuck up! No, Windy Banks, the pawnbrokery. Shut up! You mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly. But isn't that a very important machine for your work? I will hydrate. Please actually stop, Foxy. I'm not cute, I'm not a bean. I'm a gremlin noodle that causes nothing but mischief. All due respect. I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate? Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbrokering works. Oh, what's to understand exactly? What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokers are akin to banks. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and shopping to their pawnbroker of choice. The money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week. And then, on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they've earned. What is the point of that? If you're just going to get your items back, what is the point of that? I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious. So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windy Banks, you see. A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain? Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley? What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. Look at Mr. Soames' desk. It's completely clear. Isn't that enormous machine usually on it? We can never hope to understand what goes on in the great detective's mind, Mr. Naruhodo. By next time we're invited, we may find he's vacated the entire suite. That's scarily plausible, actually. Hey, this is Sephiroth Killer. How are you doing? Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home, then. Oh yes, and I've become very attached to little Wagi. It would appear his previous owners completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures, the muse as empty as the hearts of the muses. If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Wagi back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place. I expect he would have taken him if he could. Pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable. Yes, he really is. Oh yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Oh, you noticed? You're observant, Runo. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flappomat. A machine for making doors just for cats? That's right, it can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see. Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than making the machine to make the cat flap? Well, yes, maybe, but how can I make cat flaps anywhere? But now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. Hi, Vex. How are you doing? Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris. She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl.
Meow.
Oh, what was that? Wagahai? Yeah? I'm sorry, what? What? You seem very tasty. Can I eat you? What? I still want clarification as to what that question is supposed to entail, because regardless, it's probably gonna be a no. What was that? Wakahai's tangled up in your violin. I think he thinks it's a toy. No, what's he doing to it? Oh dear, Mr. Shulman's precious violin. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised if the cat is a more accomplished musician than I am. Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives. Shall I, really? Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe you should assess the damage. Give me one moment. Food beats knife pose. To work. So this is the violin, is it? It's Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. Give me another moment, I'm sorry.
Whee!
I return. How honorable of you. And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No. There is none. Mr. Sholmes? What, dear madam? What? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think? What do you mean, Miss Susato? Susie's right. Yes, the tone of the wood is completely different. And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. It's not even the right size, is it? I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all. Then what? I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola. He just fucking died. You're right, you were quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what pray is this piece of stringed flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then? I see what must have happened. You do, Iris? This is just a simple mix-up. It sounds like Iris won't be able to tell us exactly what happened if we asked her. What did you mean by a mix-up, Iris? Well, you see, this viola, I mean, was at Windy Banks until last week. At the pawnbroker's? I'm Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner. There is a proverb from the East with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth? Oh, what a wonderful idea. Last week I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. Well, it would appear Mr. Windybank mistakenly furnished me with his tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived with the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact it just had strings. Pshaw, a fine state of affairs, that is. And why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time. But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbrokery as an extremely secure vault. Come, Mr. Naruhodo, dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry. Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect, pressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? You must visit Mr. Windybank's rookery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes? Precisely, Miss Susato. Without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect? To press your egg ever more obtusely? Alright, say no more. Let's go then. Don't worry, Runo, I'd be happy to heat it up for you again later. Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker's looks like. Look at all the different things in the window of this shop. Ah, that's Windy Pink's, the pawnbrokery. It looks much smaller than the pawnbrokers in Japan, doesn't it? Yes, you're right. I find pawn shops at home rather inapproachable, personally. It reminds me of tearfully parting with my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo. I didn't know that this was the quarry. It's already been 2 months since we started taking lodgings here above Mr. Sholm's office. I still can't quite believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this. Oh, I know. To actually be sharing accommodation with the world's greatest detective. If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I will have not one regret. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'd be happy to defend you, of course. Not a lot to analyze. So this is a British pawnbrokery? Oh my. There are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid eyes on before. Ah, Susato-san. And that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this? Oh yes. I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. And he has his clothes back. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, sir. Welcome back. Did you hear that reason, welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. Yeah, kinda did. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Windybank of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot. And then Gremlin attacks. What are you doing, my dear fellows? We're not here to browse for interesting curios. We have come to teach this booker a lesson. Oh, but there are just so many fascinating items. Looks as though we'll have to talk to Mr. Windybank first before you can explore in here, Miss Susato. Bitch, let me fucking explore. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes? The second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windybank. The color for the wood is different, it has holes in it, it's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me, and an inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There was only one way to make amends. I'm sorry, what? Please, no. Knock that off. Knock that the fuck off. That's actually a bit much. That's actually a bit much. I do not like that imagery at all. Excuse me if I skip over the dialogue to get that animation out of the way. I don't think that would be necessary, do you? Ah, yes? You did? Okay. Luckily, there's a history button, so I can read over what he said without having to look at this. Fucking... I don't like that. It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard, "Ah, here it is." You did? And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and leapt, sir. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave, so I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. It would appear that the fight is over. Please don't... I already kind of want to stop this game. We haven't even gotten to a mystery and I already want to stop this game. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windypink. Evidently my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Erlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. You must be, one of my more challenging customers. I needn't remind you of the peculiar collection of items you've brought through my door in the past. Oh, peculiar items? In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work. The novels of Erlock Sholmes or some such. Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I've yet to read, you mean? Please stop that. I do not like firearms, and I much less do not like seeing that, even as a joking matter. I'm actually debating stopping already. God fucking damn it. Please stop that animation. Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof? Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see. I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Windybink. For a chest like that? 1 shilling, sir. Not a farthing more. It houses something of great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Erlock Holmes. I beg your pardon? A manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript? Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here. And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? And can I continue to store my belongings securely? Of course, sir, of course. I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute. It is indeed a camera furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Here I have an example I can show you. Hey, Waffles. A print of the camera set to record the activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look. So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed. But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals? Indeed, as you say, my dear madam. Then what if the incident were to occur in between times? One could only say that would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess, your devices have been giving me some cause for distress of late. I beg your pardon, Mr. Windybank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one, but 2 cameras in my shop, after all. Which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbroker, no? My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price. Heaven help us. I honestly want to get out of this place. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Windybank. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them... Please fucking stop it. I don't want to explore. I want to get the fuck out of here now. I'm just gonna push through. There seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there. It leads to the storage room where Mr. Windybank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Recommendation or not, it's not something I tend to do. There is but one key, and Mr. Windybank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot which he slides under his pillow. How on earth do you know about that, Mr. Sholmes? I'm a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain. Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder. And the prime suspect if this pawnbrokery is ever burgled. Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Windybank is nothing, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. This revolver here. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article here, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Windybank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belying his portly size. You don't mean he'd... We get it. Please, fucking stop. If this wasn't the last supposed episode, I would have already switched games. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? What could this lovely big shiny box be? That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country? Yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? That's actually pretty. It's actually really pretty music. It's like the music of angels. I've never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is of the larger variety commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There's a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness, what a simply delightful machine. Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. What an assortment of things there are on the shelves there. Crockery, footwear, clocks and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine. Those are forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn, or colloquially pop, an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale at a price of his choosing. Oh yes, now you've explained it, I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on a loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never. It embodies my student spirit. Now what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? It seems to have two little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you're looking at is a stereoscope. A stereoscope? Fascinating. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look. Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, one need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today. Alright then, I'm going to try it. Mr. Naruhodo, you must see it at once. Alright then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. What? What the? She was one of the jurors from one of the previous cases. I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, that sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They're often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic? It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. Can I examine it again? Oh. Okay, it's the same dialogue. That's clearly going to be used as evidence. Or something. On the right side, it looks like everything is placed more off to the right. The left has what looks to be a wider view, I think. Even the person is placed more to the right in the right side. Okay. That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th of April, today's date. Please don't do the thing. Yes, that's not for sure for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Winterbank. And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without payment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say. Oh yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job. Look at this. Whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. There's a small catch just here. Look. We're going to open it, aren't we? Oh my, that's amazing. It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism. Which will never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. What? Only tuppence for it? That ain't fair, and you know it. The article is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot afford more. Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Come on, that can't be right. Have you ever had a proper butcher's at it? I think I can guess who that might be. I've seen all I need to see, young girl. Yep, called it. Called it. Don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her. Oh yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGilded's trial 2 months ago. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, runs her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. It's commonly called a pickpocket. Gordon Bennett, you lot! Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. What? You remember me then, do ya? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So what are you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us? Nothing to eat? Come to pop that black weasel? Sorry, coat, Abia? What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day. Unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Mr. Sholmes. So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article and I shall negotiate with Mr. Windybank on your behalf. Pull the other one. I don't need no help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on, or I'll make trouble for ya. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I shall happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. What is that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc? And you, go on, leave me alone. Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Sister Sense can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well I am, alright? I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. That a problem, is it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo? Alright then, I'm just gonna come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how best to answer that, really. I suppose, sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade? Not this time, alright? I swear, that thing belongs to me. The disc that Mr. Windybank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. Mr. Windybank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface. Ah, this is music disc, you see. They're used inside a music box. In a music box? What, you don't even know what a music box is? We just ain't too savvy, eh? I know what a music box is, I've just never seen one of these discs before. The small protrusions in the middle disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and let the machine going and beautiful music plays. It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on the disc? Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music box, you see. British-made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for. Ah, I see. And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny. That's a packet of lies. He told me he did. He said it was... well... He? Who? Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That disc's worth good money. I know it is. Well then, you have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you? She's been in before, of course, this little tatterdemalion. And brought some dubious article or other with her every single time, I might add. Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me. So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Well, if only it were that simple. Sorry? What do you mean? What she actually brought in was a storage ticket. Ah, a storage ticket. So... Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff she needs storing. Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight, as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest. I was obliged to return the article to her. But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windibink. Let me see. Noodle baked beans. Blue beans. Yes, I know, I saw Discord. Give me a minute to actually show stream. I'm not gonna lie, I actually needed that laugh. I actually needed that laugh. Thank you, Pistachio. The little scamp is wearing it, ma'am. It's the overcoat that she redeemed. What? What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So what about the disc then? How does that come into all this? The disc is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I can agree a price. I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today. It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say. For this heavy black coat which you redeemed to a care, as I'd understood it. That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. Oh, you mean... What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it? If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am. And she immediately tried to pawn it. For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think. Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would. Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Oh, well, me. It doesn't really appear to be your size. Me old man, it's me old man, ain't it? Is it, Miss Lestrade? Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. Out of my way, please. Oh? Here's this picture postcard English gentleman. Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. What's your problem, eh? There's no problem, as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. Alright, Pistachio. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line. Well, you're an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Who are you? How do you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, it seems. What? You mean from you? Broker. Yes, sir? I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. Needless to say. Any music box. Discs too. You can't have it, you just can't. It's me old man's, or was. Now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yes. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying... What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear in my life I ain't ever laid eyes on that dandy before. Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? I take it you brought him here just now? No, I swear it. I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street minding my own business, and this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again? Oh yes, as you can see, I'm a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time that I've been targeted by these backslum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. That doesn't even look like the kind of thing you would wear. Brown with white? Really? Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cove, and you think I'm the dodgy one? I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. I kinda do. What about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I've stolen something, huh? Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. You what? Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman? Oh my god. Waifu material. Of course, we need only consult Mr. Windybank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant. I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. I never ask a customer's name. It's a strict policy of mine. But why not? Well, now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity. Yes, I see. But then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it? The photograph? Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Of course, it's... Professor. Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt. Watchword? Interesting. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windybank. As I just explained, I never ask a customer's name when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets. None at all. Hold on a minute. In the dead. So anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. In dead. I actually needed to hydrate. My throat feels a little tight from the thing earlier. The date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article. That's right, sir. Yes. Just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you require already. But for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat. Deposited 2 months ago on 15th of February. Now when they say article, do they mean like news article or article of clothing? I'm assuming at this point it means article of clothing. With the watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir. But ow. Really, this is beyond a joke now. There's no further room for debate. Okay. Wait, did he say debate or doubt? I meant to say doubt. Totally didn't read debate. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you're not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry, yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup dressed up with exotic spices. Is that a compliment, or... You might be thinking of somewhere else. And what was that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps. Anyway, if you're a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring about the name of another. Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Chisato Mikatoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Yes. Egert Benedict. Ha, ha, ha. Benedict. Enchanté. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. Now, to the matter at hand. My overcoat. Return it at once. To someone with the style to carry it off. Every move he makes, every breath he takes, I can't stand watching them. I'm not sure that clothing fits with that suit. So let that be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Eggert Benedict. With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. This is why I ate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. In the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. But of course, sir. Here's a disc for you. Just this one? Pardon, sir? I was expecting another, or that is, I deposited another. Another disc? Oh, oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that that was what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. That's what I'm saying. The hat, not the hat, but the coat doesn't go with the outfit in general. It doesn't seem right. I think she's telling the truth, but at the same time, he has the information. Is there a watchword for each individual item, or each individual person? So, Godwin, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, aren't you? Sasue, I don't know nothing about it. Very well. Now shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Yes, there's blood on the disc. It's because of all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his finger on them. I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. So you're not having it. Well, you take it. Me? If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again. So you keep hold of it. Is that straight eye? Why is disc so important to her? I mean, there's a metal disc used to play music in a mechanical music box. The piece of music which it remains unidentified is stored on the disc by means of small protrusions. You there, in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. What do I do now? I think... How am I going to resolve this? Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst, as you shrewdly observed, running on the only friend I have left is 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I haven't heard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you. It would seem that my inferences are correct. Surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once already? Again? My dear madam, sometimes I ponder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized? How much could I pawn it for? It seems Mr. Thomas has had another of his flashes of inspiration. But who knows if it will help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament. Where the blue blazes have you been, eh? Pardon? When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away. Pfft. He fucking died. I love how he just keeps falling over. Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? Mr. Egbert Benedict. You have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon? The first is this. The true reason for your visit at this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. Welcome back, Pistachio. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, when you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? He's turned as red as a hard-boiled egg. It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Sherlock Holmes logic and reasoning spectacular. Yes, brain work. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is a staff recruitment flyer. The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. They're not even giving us an explanation to each thing that he's pointed out. It's expecting us to know what's wrong. Since this is our third time doing this. The cane which you unwittingly clutched to your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot. I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. The end of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there's only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your action betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. A walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod. Is the broken handle of a shovel. Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. The true motive for coming here was to take employment as his establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. We must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in this planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel? What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose? Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area, and accordingly to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works. Beneath this shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath your feet, you would gain access to the waterway. That flows in very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite. What are you... In summary, sir, You devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. This is a long deduction. Also, hi Kumada Bear. How are you doing? Sorry, I was snacking and hydrating, and I have Skittles which take a while to chew. They're going good, Kuma. We basically started the supposed 5th episode, and we're currently going through the deduction process. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off with the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. A postcard of the Great Exhibition? I'm afraid you've quite lost me. Currently in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway. And the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank, on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. Thus concludes Erloxholm's great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle. Mr. Sholmes? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? An impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over the road and what it has in its vault? Indeed, but few know of its existence. It is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me in the strictest confidence. But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly in fact. Ah. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There can be but one explanation for that. Really, it is because the man is a criminal. But if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault, if he is a criminal as you say, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed the secret. Oh. Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windibank will. He already has plenty of shovels here, after all. All my life, I assure you I'm not so unscrupulous. Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them. And once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruto. An excellent idea. Well then, Mr. Naruto, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yes, let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape. Very well then. Let us start once more from the beginning. Of Sherlock Holmes' magnificent logic and reasoning spectacular. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is a staff recruitment flyer. Oh, they are still giving us hints. So by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is, where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? That's a proper English gentleman's cane, isn't it? Look at the beautifully polished brass on the handle. Yes, but Mr. Sholmes is right. It's not the sort of handle you usually see on a cane. Perhaps it's the latest London fashion. I mean, that's just guesswork, of course. Perhaps you could adopt a cane, Mr. Naruto? It might rather suit you. I have a feeling I might argue with a sword around my waist. Oh. Look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. And look at the fact that Miss Straight is drawn on the note. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. There's even a sketch of her hat and all. Although if you showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. And look, the details of his shop have been written down here too. Winterbank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street. Redemption deadline, 15th of April. Which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper?
Take that!
Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket Miss Lestrade and to Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery here. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean... Here to Mr. Windabang's pawnbrokery, and today, the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. Cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. But utter rot, I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. What's a ferrule? It's a metal cap commonly found on the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, the bit that makes a nice clacking sound on the pavement? Yes, exactly. And Mr. Sholmes is right, it appears to be missing on this cane. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't. Though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. Look here, Miss Susato. AG, which does not fit Eggs Benedict at all, does it? There are some letters on the handle. Yes, those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. So Erlock Sholmes would be HS, you mean? That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously... AG. Why does it feel as though that's not quite right?
Take that!
The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Egert Benedict? Are you allowed to believe, sir, that your initials are EB? Yet, in the most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. God damn it, Retro. Chat, Retro's trying to hold the stream by making me snap and heart rate and stretch, which I'm doing right now. Attack Retro! Attack Retro! Attack Retro! Hold on a minute. Oh boy, I love pings. Noodle. Okay, let's get on with this. Let's get on with this deduction. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't... You said before that you had that cane for years. So don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? Hi, Retro. And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your action betrays the truth. The handle which you evidently would like to conceal is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Let's consider the bare bones of what happened here. Mr. Strayed redeemed that fine-looking overcoat. And now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. But we know he actually identified Mr. Strayed from a written description, which suggests that everything else he told us isn't true. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. Oh, the seam on the shoulder here is coming apart. So it is. Do you know, a moment ago when Mr. Benedict was surprised by something that was said, I thought I heard him make a rather strange noise. It sounded like a tiny growl. But now I think it was probably the sound of his seam ripping open. If you look closely, it does seem to be a very tight fit. The sleeves are stretched to bursting, and you wouldn't have a hope of fastening it at the front. If you were to run around in it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart. That I'd like to see. Sorry? So how can we make Mr. Benedict run around? She's really given us some thought. Doggo! I noticed this earlier, but, Doggo. I'm just looking around the room. Alright, Arapaima. Sleep well. I've been looking closely at this hat for some time now, and it's suddenly occurred to me that a bright white top hat like that might just be the hat for me. You like it, do you? I think I do, don't I? Well, in that case, you could see if there isn't something similar among Mr. Windbank's forfeited items. After we've concluded our investigation, we must focus on the task at hand in the moment. Split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so baldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. This catalog of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windibank. But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a wheeze to filch with some tawdry article of pawnage? Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner using the watchword? Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place, how could I possibly have known the relevant details? Nest the pas... Pizza, pasta... Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider how one might come to learn the secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers. Which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windibank would never allow you to redeem the article. Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windibank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? Look at this, Miss Susato. Ah, it appears to be a memo that Mr. Windibank has scribbled to himself. Let's see. What does it say? Oh, Professor. Mr. Windibank must make a note of the watchwords his customers give him right before their eyes. And an alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows whether there are secrets I might see. This is Mr. Windibank's gun. Yes, loaded with only one bullet, he said. It would appear that being a pawnbroker is a very life-or-death profession. That might just be his particular establishment.
Take that!
The method is revealed by the note on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on the note he has in hand. Then he cancels his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Winterbank. When the diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing the word professor on the note beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade. Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you had very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets, which according to Mr. Winterbank isn't even worth a penny, and yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we? Really? I'd better have a thorough look through all the evidence we've collected thus far. This is different. Locksmith Gilded? Worm McGilded? Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck onto the reverse side of the disc. Look. And a scribbled word or two. It looks like somebody's name. Or McGilded. Or McGilded. Our defendant in the third trial, or episode. But it is Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget for as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? I thought there were bums, but those are actually sharp. Gee. Look at all the little bumps in the disc. They're so tiny. Yes, the protrusions are called pins, and they pluck the teeth of the comb to make notes. And just on the edge, there's a small amount of blood. Yes, the blood of the mysterious Mr. Eggert Benedict. When Miss Lestrade tried to grab the disc from him, the pin scratched his finger, it seems. Like when you're grating some daikon radish and accidentally catch your finger. Ouch, just thinking about it hurts and puts me off eating radish.
Take that!
You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that on the back? It reads for McGilded. Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilded. The unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you've squeezed yourself into. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Egbert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Miss Susato. Well, according to what Mr. Windibank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not? Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today is 15th of April, so 2 months ago today would have been 15th of February, sir, that's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m., I see. What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th of February is precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However... I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. What do I do? There are some things a man must protect at all costs. This may well be one of those things. And again, it may not. Mr. Windibank, this is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen... Stop! I'm actually getting fed up with that. Inspector Gregson. Inspector. That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now what's all this about, eh? You assume you have the upper hand. Right, you have got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy. Petty? He's the one to make very nearly met with his end. Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I can tell. The whole of Britain could meet with its end if I don't get to the bottom of this case I'm supposed to be working on. What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. He's getting away. Get after him, lads. Whistle the beat officer, too. There's been a spate of thefts at pawn shops around here recently. So we fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for workers to let us know when there's trouble. Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. Nothing, Mr. Permanently in mourning? Yes? I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So I hand it over. Oh yes, of course. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to Mr. McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. And so, we handed Mr. McGilded's desk over to Inspector Gregson. And were summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. Now... I don't know if there's any more episodes after this, but... I certainly don't want to go through another almost 11 hours just voicing out dialogue. So... I'll leave it to chat. Well, I'll give you three choices. Should I continue for one more part? Or should I switch to Project Zomboid or Elden Ring? I shall leave it up to chat. Alright, since apparently nobody else is active in chat, I just saved. I don't want to save. Um, I guess I'll... Oh, look, the background changed. So far, I've been completing all these episodes in one stream, so I never had the opportunity to look. But apparently, the background changes. That's interesting. I'm vibing to the music, but I kinda do sorta wanna... get on with... you know, um... no. Okay, if you're all just happy to look at whatever. As much as I want to finish the episode in one go, I really don't think I can deal with... I don't think I can deal with reading and voicing out 11 hours of dialogue again. I don't think I can do it. I want to be stubborn and I want to stick with it, but at the same time, I know it's probably going to wreck my voice. And already as is, my throat feels a little sore and tight, which would probably entail that I've already been reading too much. Let me get familiar with the controls again. Because it actually has been a bit since I streamed this game. Yeah, okay. So, I want to be a butt, and... Already? Thank you, Retro. I know I stumble a lot on words, but partially that might be because I try to read faster than the text is shown on screen. Because I'm just excited to get to the trial. Wait, what? I didn't waste a finger, did I? Please tell me I didn't. I did. Did they disconnect because they didn't want to deal with the fight? That's stinky. That's very stinky. Why? I'm gonna cry. If anyone wants to join the BC or play along, you're welcome to if you have the game. I honestly don't know what I'm doing and I'm probably just gonna explore. Okay. Note to self. Fall damage is very apparent. And people are setting off fireworks. I should have accounted for that when I decided to stream tonight. I'm sorry, but Independence Day is a hoax. The USA is garbage. And always has been garbage. So, where's the guy? Is there any way to know in what direction the person you're invading is supposed to... Oh. Terribly slow spell. Do not use it, ever. Stop it! Okay. Do more of that, I dare you. I was getting ready to actually give up. There was no way I was gonna win that. Excuse the fuck out of you? Okay. I wasn't meaning to be a dick when I wanted to invade you. I just want to fight. Jeez. Ow, fuck you. I seem to have a very large arrow protruding from my body that now has been reduced to ashes. Yeah, we do have that, even though we really don't need it. Wait, what do you mean by that? Because I think we might be under two separate conversations. Oh, Independence Day. Yeah. The fucking... Yeah? Can you fuck off? We're having a moment. And yeah, Independence is cringe, if I can say. What's so great about a land that doesn't even... It's just garbage. Let's just say that. Without getting into a huge discussion. You must feel really silly right about now, don't you? You know, I actually also feel like playing some Phasmophobia, and maybe I'll jump into that a little bit later. What could be more scary than going through a haunted house, asylum, farmhouse, or prison, and just out of nowhere you hear loud fireworks? I shall not harm your family today, X-Man. Yeah? Fuck you. I said fuck you. The arrows are protruding from my physical form yet again. I love running into trees. Don't you, chat? Did not mean to do that. Stop hitting what, Retro? Tater tot. Imagine being a tater tot. Can't be me. Yep, people are most certainly setting off fireworks, so pardon the occasional, or probably frequent, loud boom. I see a hole. Yeah, that's a hole. I see people down there. That shall be the food I shall be burning for lunch. Don't burn tater tots, Retro. You don't have to burn food to eat it. Donkeys! Oh. Okay. Bad dog? Bad dog. Bad dog. Bad dog. Really? That's what kills you? Sidestepping? Okay, maybe I can believe sidestepping. Let me in! Let me in! Advice too late, Retro. I've already jumped to it. Alright, Osmar, sleep well. Hey, so you gonna let me down, you good bitch? Oh. I see. Shut up, Retro. That actually killed me. Joke's on you, I got down here. Oh. You are a sassy bitch that pulls... Magician Axe? Stop being a sassy bitch. Can you fuck off? Sassy bitch. Stop being Houdini. I said, stop being a bitch.
Stop!
I don't like your attitude. I'm going to eat your fucking shoelace. Stop acting like Houdini. How about you knock that the fuck off, you sassy bitch? I like shoelaces. No, I will do the melee first. Then archers. Bet you feel really silly now. And my cat's having a panic attack because of all the noise. Hold on a minute. Come here, kitty. It's okay. You're okay. You're okay. Okay, I'll let you sit on my lap. Come on, cat. We have a special guest for stream tonight. Her name is Tess, and her occupation is a cat. She literally actually answered to that. Why is there so many of you? Why do they require so much bitch boys in the army? I ran into that one, didn't I? Was that all of them? Nope, clearly not. Easy peasy. Now, where do we go from here? I absolutely have no idea where we're actually supposed to be going. Or where a notable location is. Likely out of stamina? This looks important. I say as thunder crashes down. Oh, I actually take damage. What is this? Seek 3 wise beasts? You must solve the puzzle to enter. Unfortunately, no. I don't care for puzzles. Can you kindly fuck off? I don't want your hug. I don't know where those hands have been. My cat keeps responding as if I'm talking to her. Let go of me, come on. Oh. Oh, that was actually close. How many are there? Is this just a rune farm? Because this looks like a rune farm. Very slow rune farm, but... hands off! Okay, I think I'm done here. I don't think there's anything here. actually. What's this say? Treasure chest. Why can't I access the map? I am actually covered in blood. Look at me. I am actually covered in blood. This palace looks important. Maybe I should try going there. I will hydrate and snack. Does my cat have to too? Okay, I fed her some treats, and I'm pretty sure she drank water not too long ago, but I also snacked and drank. Just give me a moment. Okay. My cat does say hi, by the way. pretty sure you heard that since you rubbed against the mic. Because she's a butt. Wait. Are these those archers that sniped me before? I don't like your movement. How about... How about you know? How about you know? What a fucking dick. And I'm turned up all the way over here. That's great. That's beautiful. Tattoos rises where I went. Finger reader Chrome. I kinda wanna go over here. No. Who's speaking? Is there a way to look at the beacons I have placed so I know... Oh, there's one. There's a second beacon. So then that should leave this one. Yes. Oh, I should also probably go back for my grace. That's 4,000 grace. That is a long way down. How did I get down there again? I looked away, but that looked like a very funny movement. Haha. Pick up the rune. I'm so good at mobility. Nope. Well, now that I lost all my runes. Time to tunnel vision further into one direction. Wait, what's this message say? No Elden Ring. No Elden Ring ahead. Wait, what is that? Crystal Bud? I like the look of this place. Don't like the look of you, though. You look like a bitch. You are very much a bitch. Please no. Oh boy. Oh boy. I forgot how this game was. I love the RPG element of it. I don't love the difficulty. Bang! Like, even with my gremlin energy and my stubbornness, this game makes me want to not quit, but take a break sometimes. My desire for the RPG element of it was too great, though. And I was interested. Oh. Oh. It's Yogi. Yogi got strong. I'm also disappointed X-Men doesn't capture my quotes. X-Men makes me sad. I was saying you don't capture my quotes. I'm basically teasing you. No worries. I'm just teasing anyway. Gold-tinged excrement. Oh, I actually wasn't that far. Should I make Yogi mad again? Should I take revenge for all the picnic baskets he's stolen? Oh, okay. Bitch. Okay, you have yell. Oh, right, this is where I originally perished. Because this guy likes to vanish. And done. And we found a grace, thankfully. How did someone die in here? Okay. Whatever makes you feel happy. Oh. I see. Okay, clearly I'm not doing this right. Clearly I didn't do it right. I attacked him though. What am I doing wrong? I know I'm supposed to attack them when they're like... down to actually kill them. Oh, he was the answer. I was wondering that in the back of my mind. Really? Okay. That's not fair. Where's the guy? Oh. Nice. Shall not harm you, turtles. Or crabs, rather. Never mind. Jeez. Calm the fuck down. Would you be interested in Taco Bell? Okay. Don't like fighting large enemies in close quarters like that, but managed to win. Unfortunately, these crabs are now parentless. Not by my choice for once, but rather because they attacked me. Kind of forced that upon themselves. Kindly not. When was there a... Okay. The Rees of Sadness. Hi Kata, how are you doing? Oh right, I forgot about that door. I just wanted my runes, fuck you. Also, why am I referred to as noodle balls? This was probably not worth it, because I'm never gonna use an axe. Alright, so where to now? Can't use that door. Yeah. Just play it Detective Ace Attorney style and get as much information as you can, as long as you are not getting too much information that's not really needed. Okay, I was not expecting a charge back. Yeah, I expected that. know, it's actually personally bothering me that I'm actually, well, rather to say, it's actually kind of bothering me that I'm streaming while fireworks are going off. So, and not just that, but I also am a little more tired because I didn't sleep as much as I probably should have. So I'm gonna turn the typical 6-hour stream into a 4-hour stream. Yeah, cause we love Independence Day. It's the greatest. Greatest thing that ever was invented. Taking into consideration that the USA is just not good, you know? But it has been 4 hours, and I do kind of want to end just because low energy. I apologize that the stream was short. But I'm gonna go on ahead and raid someone. And I'm probably gonna try to get some more rest after this, hopefully. We're gonna go on ahead and raid Hayes the 5th. He's pretty cool. He does art, and currently, he actually is streaming art right now. I apologize again that the stream was shorter, but I really do want to thank you all for joining me tonight. If you want to see various art that I make, or memes that I make, or video game clips that I post, I have a Twitter. I also have a Discord server that everyone above the age of 18 is free to join. And with that, we are going to go on ahead and raid Hayes the 5th. Thank you all for joining me tonight, and I'll see you all next time. Bye!